Okay, now that we've had an overly dramatic beginning to an arts and crafts show, I don't know what to say other than my regular darlings. You know, you can always ask me for a card until I get everything set up and we take the real decks out. I still have the digital decks, and actually, the digital decks have matching paper cards, but I only own one of them in the physical. Nothing different other than I don't have to shuffle them, which is actually a benefit to my hands at the moment. So, hey. Okay, so yesterday we were working on the wig, Toeblarina's wig for May the Force be with you, or May the 4th be with you. This is for May. The calendar image for May will be Toeblarina wearing a Princess Leia-like outfit. It will not be exactly Princess Leia. We do not need copyright infringement issues with no money to pay lawyers. So I think it's done, but we'll double check tomorrow morning when I'm not wearing socks. Now today the feathers arrived. You see, I got this idea for a costume for Toeblarina. And it's actually an outfit that Shakira wore on the cover of some fashion magazine. And I thought it was so outrageous because nobody's going to walk around wearing a dress like that in reality. It's the kind of thing you put on, people put it on you, and then you stand there and you take pictures, and then when you have to actually go and do something like use the bathroom, everything has to come off because you can't move in those things. You know, for show only, darling. But it was artistically just gorgeous. It's like a black net outfit, of course. You know, lots of room to see skin through it. But what's important, the really cool part, is that all over it are black feathers, and they're small feathers and medium, you know, just pretty feathers, but they're on long stems. So it's like they took all the stuff off the feather except the end of it, or that's actually how the bird were, in which case I'd like to kill the person who collected those feathers, because if that's the way they come off a bird, then those are rare birds and you have your nerve just for fashion. So anyway, I decided I want some feathers for Toeblarina. I want to make an outfit for her. Well, I went to eBay. Where else do you go when you need some weird thing like feathers? And found that they have goose feathers in pretty much all the colors of the rainbow. And of course, I just needed the black. Now, these were supposed to be a fraction of this size, of course. So I can tell already I will be doing a lot of trimming because after all, she's supposed to just be like, have all of these feathers sticking out of her. And if it isn't artistically cool, it's not going to work, you know. It has to be sincere. So I will be experimenting. And how much did this set me back? 40 cents. And over a month of waiting for the delivery. So, I mean, it wasn't a rush job. But it's going to be a little bit for me to do the experiments necessary to see if I can come up with Toeblarina's version of that outfit. It just looked so cool. I thought, that would be an amazing costume for my little diva. So we're going to put these away. My goodness, they're so soft. I may have to basically just take some of this stuff off and make my own feathers using that. We'll find out. I have plenty to work with, though, because I can't imagine my little, even my biggest toe. And Toeblarina is my biggest toe. I can't imagine her needing more than one feather's worth of fluff. So That's the smallest one. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, what can I say? 40 cents. I have looked at the local stores that do have the occasional package of feathers, but they're all like lots of different colors, and there's nothing that's going to work for me. So I'm just turning the speakers off. Apparently, at least for this show, I have to turn the speakers up so that you can hear the opening number. Usually, excuse me, you can just hear it on the computer, and I don't have to blast it in my presence. Not that I mind, but when I have to listen to my own songs over and over, I tend to get the feeling of just play along, start singing harmony with it. Okay, so yesterday we left off with a whole bunch of little things going on. Now I'm making some special gifts for a couple of people whom I admire, and their clothing is very distinct. One always wears a tie, and the tie is always a dark blue with something on the front, usually like red, very thin, very conservative tie. And I wasn't sure what shade of blue, so I figured, well, I guess I'll make two of them, two different shades of blue. One of them's bound to work. And the other one is a bow tie, but it's for a woman. And she is the best dressed woman on TV, any station. Go ahead and choose. The best. And that's Amber Ruffin. So I thought, I've got to make a gift for her because she is so well dressed, and we know that the toes must be paid attention to, and Toeblarina is going to send her a gift as well. So we'll be working on this, but before we get to the Christmas gifts for strangers, we'll put those over there too, because I don't think we're going to get to work on this probably till the new year. There's just too much happening right now. Okay, and one of the things happening is this. Now it's definitely dry because I can tell like this. I don't really want to pick these off individually because it's more likely to break. But pre-scoring them yesterday definitely paid off. Okay, for those of you who are just tuning in, this is a complete experiment with a new material I'm not used to using in this way. I've used similar, even by the same company, which I can tell you right now, I already prefer to this. But you got to go with whatever you have available at the time, and this is it. So what these are, the best of them are going to be, are shingles on the roof of one of the rock houses. But it has to be kind of like cookies shingles, because these are gingerbread rock houses. And there's also going to be cookies that make windows. And I'll be showing you another example after I get these broken up a bit more, because I'm going to want to remove this. No. There we go. Oh, nice. Yeah. Too thin. When they're too thin, but this is good to see. It is, when it's really thin, it's got a little bit of flexibility. And this can come in very handy for the tiles. I was hoping to get them at some in-between state where there is still a little bit of moisture on the back, this being acetate and can't absorb, it can't dry the same way, so it dries from the top down. And frequently I need to flip them over so they can finish drying. But they have been sitting here now for about 24 hours. That was enough for this thin layer. Yep. Okay. Now, if this is as good as the other stuff that I've been using prior to this, I'll be able to sand the edges without cracking the whole body of it. And while that can be a slightly delicate process, I usually have these thick enough so it's not that delicate a process. Be careful. And once I get used to how this handles, it'll probably be after I'm finishing up with that little container. By the time I reach the end of it, I should know how this works. Just weed out a few of these obviously useless ones before I dump them into a little bowl. So I can bring the tray back up here. Yeah. Okay, let me go get a little bowl. Oh, Agnes, hi. Be right back. Okay, wait, trying to see anybody. Oops. This is the big drawback right off the bat to broadcasting through YouTube instead of Twitch. First of all, I lost all my emotes, so I guess there's Sunday emotes only. And I can't access the chat on YouTube through my Kindle, so I'm using my phone and everything's super tiny, which is definitely not in my favor. Okay, and now I have to bring the tray up here, but what else am I missing? That. Oh, no problem. Welcome back. Yeah, everything is really tiny, and I hate that. But Let's see what I can do. I see the eye doctor this week, and when I see the doctor, I'll explain the problem I'm having. You know, I don't mind bifocals, but I need to be able to see different depth of vision, you know, different fields. So, this is going to be tricky. I didn't think it was going to take this long to get used to seeing again. But I guess it is what it is. Now, there was something I needed. Oh, yes, I had to stand up to get this. Silly moi. I have that. I have that. And here's our big ones. And there's our Christmas tree. Okay. That came out pretty good. Now, I don't have to do anything more to this until it's ready to be painted, and that's not long from now. But what I'm missing here is our Christmassy doorway, or rather our gingerbread house doorway, which looks like I've got it actually set up to be on this side. So be it. I'm going to be getting my fingers messy here. Okay. I will not be able to type in the chat for a few minutes here. Prepare the surface with a little plain water. This wood filler is water soluble. It's extremely low odor, which is the /1 reason I pick things out. But I usually prefer the formula that's indoor-outdoor. It's a little stronger, and this is just indoor. So, I mean, it'll work. It's just not what I really wanted. Now this is going to be an awesome Christmas house. Christmas-y house. And the reason we're doing this in November before Thanksgiving is because it takes a long time to do these. All the different stages, all that. And of course, in my case, correcting for mistakes. It's inevitable. All right. Now, I'm not going to have this blend in to be level with this because it's supposed to be a cookie doorway. And what kind of cookie would it be? Ooh, I never thought of that. A chocolate chip cookie for a door. I forgot to cover everything with plastic wrap. Oh well. We do have a plastic thing right there I'll be using shortly. God, you think I'd never done this before? It's like, all right. It's been a really clumsy week for me. Losing words and everything. I wondered, hey, did I have like a minor stroke or something? I didn't realize it, but I'm more together than that, thank goodness. And all my limbs seem to be attached to me, which I like. Okay, we're gonna let that dry. Put this. Oh, You want to see it? That's going to be the doorway. But after that is safely hardened, I'm going to go back in and we're going to be putting in candy cane stuff, snowman. Some stuff we're just going to paint, but most of it I want to make it look like cookies and things like that. Another thing we're going to be doing on that one is these are the shingles for this. And I hope I can get the effect I'm looking for. But again, rule number one, when you are working with putty or wood filler on a rock, when you make a bit of work on it, put it down and let it dry. Just don't touch it, don't mess with it, don't do anything else to it, because almost always you're going to screw it up. You need to let things dry between steps, which is why I do so many different things at the same time. Because all of these are going to have something done to them, and then they need to dry, and in some cases cure. So we have here the beginning of, this is going to be a rock house, a Nomarian rock house from the planet Nomaris. And I need to continue working on filling out a chimney. Even though it's really more about letting hot air out than it is cooking or heating. Nomaris is a very warm planet, and it wasn't until the trouble that started in the first book that freezing zones existed. Okay, if you do not put plastic over your fillers and putties to block out the air and you leave that much space, it's going to be a rock in the morning. So, because these caps are virtually useless. Once you break the factory seal, it's over. Okay, now we need a little bit of water on my finger. Oh, pardon me. Okay. There we go. Just had to fatten that up a little. Now when that's thoroughly cured, I can go ahead and sand it, and it'll be perfection. But now we have a mess I'm going to clean up, starting with my hands. But I will show you what we're aiming for. The kind of an effect. I don't want it to be exactly like this because we want different things. This was last year's for my personal collection. So I just made a cookie. Everything's like a cookie. Cookie windows, a cookie wreath, and a cookie tree. So that's basically what I'm after. These little cookies. So I need to find my little emery board. We're also going to mix up some color. I'm going to put on my apron because I really like this blouse. Hey Meg, hi. Sorry, it's hard to see the tiny writing again. Now, I'm hoping that I'm going to get to a point where I can do some wintry shows from behind the other desk. using the graphics pad to work on some stuff. And do some knitting, crocheting, weaving, small things that will not require the whole table, but I can actually leave things here and bring it to the other side, because if I can do that, then I will be able to participate better in chat, because I'll be right next to the screen and I'll have my keyboard there, and I have access to a lot more. Right now, all I've got are these like first aid hearts. I don't know why they have plus signs and a heart. I don't know what that's supposed to signify, unless you're showing love for first, you know, the EMTs. What's that? Oh my God, my brain's breaking. That's a good thing I'm not a talk show host. Although with a talk show host, their job is to keep somebody else talking. I might be able to do that. Okay, let's see, we've got, oh yeah, the clear dried. And this is why I don't have fingernails. We don't need that yet. We're gonna need some of that. Definitely. We're gonna need some of that. Still cleaning up my messes. All right, and the cookie doors. The cookie doors. What are we gonna make? Should they be cookies? Should they be candy? They're gonna need little teeny doorknobs. We're not just gonna paint them on. These 4 gingerbread houses. I haven't made, actually the very first gingerbread houses you saw the other day is this small. But I I don't know why. And I guess I just got tired of doing the big ones, or I didn't have any room to do the big ones, so I got smaller. Okay. That's definitely going to be tricky. I'm going to have to get my little emery board. That's what I was talking about, and I forgot the word. All right. It should be around here somewhere. Oh, emery. There you are. Emery. I like that as a name. Emery. Yeah, I want you to charge the phone. Oh, you're almost charged. Good. You know, last night I actually got my phone down to 6%. Like, are you not paying attention? Turn the thing off. Okay, it's not bad. It's sounding just fine. No cracks. Alright, what about you? You are thicker. Too much thicker. We need a closer match. me to be the same size, so cooperate. Oh yeah, it sands really fast. That's a plus. Emery board takes off quite a bit of stuff. Huh. Get that fast. It smells. Okay, what we're doing here is I'm aiming to make eaves to go over that nose, so it doesn't look like a nose anymore. But obviously it has to be two cookies that form this little thing here. So let's see if I can do two at once. So it's Monday. Any news, Meg? Is it way too early? So I went to the post office today, and if you haven't heard it yet, I will tell you now. They're planning on hiking everything in January. Last year, they hiked things in time for Christmas. But then, after Christmas, the prices came down. Go figure that one. But they're going back up. So I did buy some Forever stamps at 60 cents because it looks like they're going to go to 63 in January. So if you want to stash a sheet of stamps, I'm bad with tongue twisters. That would be a good time. Now I always get the Forever Love or Love Forever stamps because when the price goes up, they're still good. I don't use enough stamps anymore to justify, buying them anew over and over. It's like that one sheet of Forever stamps, and it's like my postal investment. Hello. Yeah, profiteering is the word, isn't it? Because all this extra money people are paying has nothing to do with the real costs of doing it, but what the corporations have settled on for their profit margin this year. At the same time, the economy made an announcement. 200,000 new jobs have been made. And then, right as that was announced, Elon Musk laid off, over 7,000 people? Didn't lay, he fired half the staff. It's like, God, you're an asshole. They had no idea it was coming. Calm down, eh? I get pissed off. I don't know my own strength. Crumbling my little tiles here. Gary, hi. What about it? Hi, Sally. Welcome back. I'm filing down miniature tiles with the hope of turning that nose into a little gabled room. How are you today? It's Monday. Make it fun day. Okay. Well, that's true. So I guess the critique is on maybe the cartoonist himself. I don't know. But yeah, you can't deny facts, so it's like, what are you arguing? And what are you criticizing? That's a tough one. There's no way I can draw a bridge between his other works and this one because it's so generic. In that case, good luck. It's not a very inspiring assignment, is it? I think your teacher shit the bed on this one. What is her thing with this? Good luck. Trying to spend famous in the house today. Oh, cool. There's still a mall up and running, Gary. And so, yeah, I'm just going to prepare a text saying that. Well, Carlos, Charlie, I certainly don't know how to advise you on that one. That's not an assignment I've ever had. And Gary, you have a 30-minute drive home. That's not so bad. And Sally, I'm fine, thanks, in bacon. Ooh. Yeah, yeah. Talk to you later, Gary. Be careful. Well, I do not take, I don't go the long way with bread anymore. For one thing, I very rarely eat bread. Well, I can't say actually very rarely anymore. I have been doing things like the occasional piece of toast if I'm hungry at bedtime or feeling a little peckish. Um, the occasional grilled cheese sandwich made in the air fryer. And the occasional getting a loaf of some Italian bread to dip in olive oil and vinegar, balsamic vinegar. I do love that, but in general, I'm not doing much bread anymore. Now, come the holidays, I will make a challah, or 5 challahs. My recipe is for 5 loaves. So, we'll see. Okie dokie. We have to treat this kind of like it really is icing being used to hold on the cookie. Although if I'm desperate enough, I will use crazy glue. And glue might end up being part of this project, I don't know. It shouldn't be necessary, but you never know. Okay, come here. Come on. We cannot have you looking just like a nose. It's just too not right. Okay, clearly we're going to have to do some plastic surgery on this. But let's get it, oopsie, started. I miss my myopia. I'll catch up with the chat in just a second. Hold on, guys. Yeah, just in case you wrote something I haven't seen yet. But I will say, Lady Mango, what kind of bread? I'm assuming, of course, it's a yeast bread. But with fermentation happening outside, are you making a sponge first, or just letting your dough sit on the counter or in the oven? Here's the curved. Okay. Our little gable has to sit here for a few, harden up so I can fill in the gaps and make it cuter, because right now it just looks like a blob. And that will not work for me. And let's see. Okay, just the usual chronic pain stuff today. Nothing, nothing really out of the ordinary, other than I'm having a little bit more than average trouble with finding words this week. Like, enough for me to notice that it's not just like an occasional word. It's like, oh, this has happened a few times today. I can't find that word. What the hell happened? So I'm attributing it to a combination of not quite enough sleep or consistent sleep and cannabis. One cannot overlook the weed. Although, since that's been part of my norm for like 30 years, I don't know why this week would be suddenly so much more difficult. Actually, no. I love music, but I love certain music that I need over and over because I get into a rhythm. And on top of that being obnoxious to anybody in my presence, because how many times can you hear Mama Gamma and still like it? But copyright infringement issues. I have to go hunt up some copyright-free music to put on in the background. So yeah, usually I work in silence on the air. If I'm by myself, I'm definitely not in silence. Matter of fact, a lot of times, because I don't want to be distracted from the actual work, I'll put on a TV show like The Big Bang Theory or Bewitched from the 60s, because I know those shows and they don't keep pulling my attention away from what I'm doing. But they're like friendly voices in the background. Is it hard for you not to hear some music or something? Because if it bothers everybody, then oh, I need to really buy another plug. Charging cable. This one is just not cooperating. I probably stepped on it. It doesn't want to stay connected. It works when it's connected, but it doesn't like to stay in. So, but I'm trying to make sure the phone stays on and charged so I can see the chat. It's the only way I can. So, what are you up to? You're baking bread. I fell in love with my bread machine when I moved to North Carolina. I discovered that living out on the edge of the field on a farm, subject to the elements, I could not keep my kitchen the right temperature in winter. My dough would just go dead, you know, it would just get too cold, and the oven was a gas stove, which I loved, but not an accurate one, and it was a pain in the ass trying to monitor the rise and keep everything the right temperature. So, especially if I was baking, because I baked every day, and yeah, this made it so much easier. Just the bread machine will mix everything. It will babysit it, keep everything at the right temperature and humidity. So I could just go out and I could be busy for another hour and a half while it was doing the first thing. And then I would take it out, and then it was like, okay, you can't leave it alone because, again, winter. But you know, you're warming your oven up a little bit more, putting boiling water bowls in there, you know, keeping the humidity up. And it's not so bad doing it for the last rise, but if you have to start with that, the first rise, it's just more and more. You can't leave your kitchen. Oh, okay. The only time that changes for me is when I'm working on a novel. I discovered that I need song lists because the music helps me pace whatever I'm working on in the book. But again, I can't have actual distractions or words from songs coming into my head. So I make playlists, and there's like playlists for adventure scenes, or running around scenes, or, meditative scenes. So, excuse me, I can just put those on and let them roll and just listen to them over and over and over. Because I'll usually, if I sit down to write, it's at least 4-hour stretches. And the second book I got done in 3 months because that was more like 8 to 12 hours of writing a day. I wrote until my hands would not write anymore, and then, type anymore, and then sleep. And when I got up first thing in the morning with my coffee, I was already looking over whatever I wrote the night before or the day before. So, yeah, once I get going, I don't not like to be disturbed except for my own little cocoon of creativity. The second book, I had sandwiches delivered multiple times a week, as much as I could afford, basically. I didn't go anywhere anyway. I just lived in a furnished room, so I didn't want to have to go downstairs and deal with dinner, lunch, cooking, none of that. I don't want to stop work. I've got the story going, it's rolling. I need to just stay in the flow. So I'll tell you what, in Pennsylvania, York, Pennsylvania, Jimmy John's sandwiches are the top. The bread is the best bread, not my own, not in a fancy bakery, but the best bread I've ever eaten. I have never had a sandwich bread from anywhere except for like rye bread, a good rye bread, where I'll actually eat the last bite of the bread. Especially sandwiches where they put oil and vinegar on. I always end up with something mushy that I don't, ugh. Their bread is perfect. It's a French bread. They make it fresh. And they finally got the hint. People were raving over it so much that they started selling just the bread as well as sandwiches. So I'm hoping that helped. They were doing that during the pandemic. So I think that was really smart because it was like $1 for a loaf of bread, which is about all it should be. Considering what goes into Italian bread or French bread. It's just nothing, basically. So, but they make the best. Better than what I used to make. So, yeah. I mean, I make some good bread. That's my thing. But when you find a sandwich shop that actually makes good bread, cherish them. Support them. Not everybody knows bread. Ah, you are doing a sponge. Okay. Yeah. A poolish. I did not know that. I know for making a good old-fashioned rye bread, you need to make your sponge. And that's also that was back in the days of using cake yeast. Is that something you're also using? Instead of, oh, damn it. I'm going to end up having to glue this on and then put stuff around it. Well, that's a shame. Well, you are definitely going to look like we belong together by the time I'm done with you. Yeah. Nope, I don't like those. We're going to do this again. Oops. We don't want to leave wet wood filler on a wood floor. That could lead to unforeseen consequences. After all that, shaving that stuff down. Let's try again. right. We are going to do some cosmetic surgery. There we go. I hadn't planned on this, but sometimes you just have to roll with it. Still looks like a nose, but I'm going to deal with that. All right, let's... I think I'm just going to use putty to form the eaves instead of trying to adhere the tiles. That will be for the roof, I hope. Mr. Sater, hi. Oh, that's awesome, Sally. I used to use kamut instead of wheat, instead of white wheat. I don't know if you've tried that. I should say instead of whole wheat. I don't like whole wheat at all. It's always too bitter to me. Which is strange because I love bitter. I love dark chocolate and things like that. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, yeah. Well, I'd say that I'm able to keep the budget down. But I just had to decapitate a nose. Or, oh, that doesn't make sense, does it? I had to denose. No, what's the other word? De-rhino. I had to do a rhinoplasty. That's it. I tried to put eaves on. This is what's left of them. It didn't work. So I decided I'm going to just do direct putty and make the eaves that way. Better chance of better adhesion, because that seems to be the problem right now. So I'm going to score it to give it some tooth and hope that this is adequate. I'd say it should do something. It's really soft. I don't know why it's this soft, to be honest. It's almost like the moisture from the paint sunk in and softened it. This stuff is usually hard as a rock. But I've been able to shave it with the side of my palette knife. Oh, spelt. Yeah, that's nice too. Yeah, I like spelt too. I liked, yeah, I think overall though, I liked the kamut, the golden kamut, way better than wheat. But it gave you some good texture. But my pride and joy is my challah. And so I have a no machine necessary way of making 5 loaves at a time and being able to refrigerate the dough overnight, and I can just take it out, let it do another rise and bake it the next day. So it's handy to be able to knock out 5 loaves at once when you have family affairs. So usually that's my Thanksgiving contribution, just 5 loaves worth of different shapes though. So if you want to make rolls like sandwiches, you can have some of that. If you want to slice it, I make the braided loaf. So a little bit of everything for everybody. It looks nice when you have that too. One thing I've not tried though, and I really want to, even though it's more decorative than, you have to make a tougher dough. I want to make bread baskets. So you bake it over a clay bowl and or a metal bowl, I guess would be even better. I don't know. I haven't done it yet, but I'd like to try. Just weave a bowl and bake that, and then bake all the rolls and stuff that goes inside that. So it's all edible in the end, but I'm not sure how really edible you'd consider the bowl when it's done serving its purpose as a bowl. Yeah, Sally is doing getting into like what I was into when I was in my early 20s, living out in the middle of nowhere, called Ledyard. Ledyard, Connecticut, when I lived there 40 something years ago. I was there when they put the first stoplight in, and nobody wanted to stop because it was new, and why should they change what they do? Oh, Connecticut Yankees. I saw some today and they were exactly like Southern rednecks. I mean, exactly. Scary. I was downtown waiting for the bus in front of the public library, and a truck came by with a bunch of American flags and vote Republican on the side and fuck Blumenthal in 4-inch high letters. And I'm like, and then they stopped right in front of us because it's a crowd, and they're like, ah. And there's two little kids right there. Like one of them's just starting to read, and they're saying like in letters as big as they are tall, fuck Blumenthal. It's like, okay, morons, keep going. I don't know if guys realize that when they do that, they're kind of announcing to the world that their penises are 2 inches long. Yeah. Exactly. Like insecure. That's like the Nazis in the masks and guns in front of the poll boxes. Cowards. Anything but American. Okay. Oh, this is hard. Give me my eyes. Yeah, doctor and I are going to have a talk. All right, just do your best. I'll try and repair you after. All right, we shall not touch that until it's hard. Yep, they are, Mr. Sater. They're all cowards. Okay. This can sit, but we do need to start doing these little windows, our cookie windows. Oh, wait. Yeah, we gotta fix that. Okay. Where's the white? Little titanium white. Fine brush. Maybe. I stopped at the Chamber of Commerce downtown today. Pick up a map, see what they have there before my bus came. Now I've got a mask hanging around my neck, and I'm not wearing it, it's true, at the time. But I go in there, and I wasn't sure what to expect, but the minute this woman came over to me, like she lost all ability to recognize personal space. I have, of course, at that point, I put my mask on, which was a good idea because when I got a closer look at her, she was kind of red in the face, like she'd been wiping her face, or maybe coughing or sneezing. It's like, oh my God, what did I walk into? The subject of creativity is an interesting one. There are so many talks on it. I know a lot of people are still thinking in terms of the most conventional or most familiar forms of creating, but think about the people who came up with the ideas about the universe. Had nothing to do with food or art. Their creative thought led to all kinds of discoveries and the space station. So creativity is just something that is, I believe, a need for most humans. I'd say all, but I have occasionally met someone that was really kind of, I don't know, troglodyte. That's the word that first comes to mind. And people with literally no interest in anything except being an observer, which, again, that has its own pleasures. I would be very happy to have the money and time and ability to just wander around looking at things. I love to stare at things. Of course, I can make some people uneasy if I'm staring at them. But I do like to take the long gaze at all kinds of stuff. I love the views from my windows. Every one of my windows, just I'm in love with the view. As long as I'm sitting down. Although standing up is fine during the spring and summer and early autumn. But now that the leaves are starting to fall from the trees, I'm starting to see more of the environment. So, but if I'm sitting down, I can't, and all I see is nature, beautiful nature. It's a good reason to sit down. Oh, that's an excellent question, Sally. When I am painting like a watercolor or gouache or a canvas, I mix colors. But when I'm working on rock houses, I don't usually mix if I can avoid it. If I can find the right color in a pre-mix, I do that so that I have consistency. If I have a mess up, I can go back and I can quickly correct it without having to figure out what my ratios were. Because sometimes it's tricky. There was a time I could tell you lots of things just by looking at it. It's like, oh, okay, that's probably about 50% that and 20% that and a dab of that. I can't do that anymore reliably because, well, all kinds of things. One of them being my memory and the other being my vision. But Liquitex has a really nice line, and one of my promotions, which not a paid promotion, but in showing people what you need to get started doing rocks, I have a video here on YouTube that outlines everything, and for literally like about $25 you can really be completely set up. All you've got to do is find some rocks after that. But I have color charts of everything. You see, there are so many different colors without doing any mixing. That when I am doing like this is just 4 houses, 5 houses I'm working, 6 houses I'm working on at a time. But usually I'm doing probably 12 to 18 houses at a time, and we move them through all the processes from the bare rock to leveling their bottom to putting a roof on, and you know, that kind of thing. But the gingerbread houses are an annual thing, an annual event. Excuse-moi. So it's a little bit different, but I don't have to use like, well, the other houses I have landscapes, you know, I've got little trees and bushes and flowers. So if I can just go down all of them, if they're whatever's going to have like purple flowers, they all get anything that's going to have purple flowers, I can do all at once down the line. Then I come back for those pink and yellow and etc. But if I mess up or I have to go back and fix something or paint over it, I know instantly, like, oh yeah, okay, this is the palette that I chose. for this batch. So there's no need for me to get into mixing when it comes to the rock house stuff. As to masks, the mask mandates are dropped, but I have a suppressed immune system. I'm on chemo every day. So that's just a pill to maintain me for the rest of my life. But it keeps me out of the sun, it keeps me anemic, it keeps me lots of different things that are not necessarily pleasant, you know? So one of the things I do when I'm in public is I put the mask on anyway. And I was doing the mask for events like going to an Apple festival, you know, an annual festival. People were not wearing masks at the time I went because it was pre-COVID, but there's lots of things out there besides COVID that are getting passed around, like the regular flu, which kills thousands of Americans and everybody in the world. I mean, it's a global killer. We know that. So I don't want the flu. I don't want a head cold or a chest cold. I don't want pneumonia. I've already been through that. So there's too many things that are out there, especially if children are involved, because children are like walking petri dishes. They go to school, they come back with all kinds of crap. I don't want any of it. So I don't have a problem wearing a mask. It has protected me. I have yet to get COVID. So I've had one illness, and that was when I took the frickin' mask off and went to Foxwoods Casino and walked around, and people around me were not wearing masks, and I took mine off, and I was an idiot. And I did pick up something, which luckily wasn't COVID, but nevertheless made me miserable for a few days, and who needs it? So no problem. I wear a mask around my neck. It's on a string. I pop it up if I need it. I pop it down for fresh air. But every time I take it off, some asshole coughs. It's like, stay away from me with your freaking coughing. I don't want whatever it is you are carrying. Now, I was doing my laundry a couple of weeks ago, and my neighbor across the hall, she went down there, and she was like, and I'm like, oh shit, I don't even have my mask is upstairs. I didn't think to bring it down to the laundry room. It's a small laundry room. There's hardly ever anybody there at the same time. And I looked to her, and she said, I have bronchitis. And I went, is it contagious? And she said, oh yes. And it's like, bye. I ran out of there, ran into the elevator, and came back down with a mask. It's like, oh my God, what have I exposed myself to? Not even putting a hand up in front of her mouth when she coughs. It's like people have gotten more rude than ever. It's like, I'm going to cough in your face, and I don't care if you get sick, because I don't believe in masks. Yeah, you know, fuck you people. And thank you. Yeah, I try to keep my paints nicely organized. When I pull out the trays of them, or boxes of them rather, like I've got them set up like trays, so they're all color coordinated. So I've got all my reds and browns and blah blah blah. So it helps. But I've also, like, on the color charts, all of their different names and the companies that make them, because some of them are almost identical, but with different names, because they're put out by different people, and they can't have the exact same name unless it's a standard color. Like a Hooker's green is Hooker's green. That's a watercolor color. You don't usually see it in other things, so if they do it, it's like, oh, Hooker's green hue. Or cadmium, the cadmiums. We don't use cadmium in our paints anymore because it's a bad heavy metal, and people were pointing their brushes with their mouths. Yeah, right? And they were getting the heavy metal in their mouths and in their bloodstream, and you can't get it out. So to help fight stupid, we basically had to create safer things, because we can't trust people with things. Even when it's written on the side of the paint, and there's display things saying this is not safe to put in your mouth. People just don't want to listen. So to protect them from themselves, there you go. Exactly, like with pride. Like, you just coughed, you bitch. And you know I'm a sick person. I just don't look sick, so people forget that I am sick. I don't like to think of myself sick, but when it comes down to vulnerability, I do have to think that way. It's like, no, you are a fragile human being anymore. It's not just your age, it's everything. And now you can't be around stupid people, because stupid people are the biggest cause of death on the planet. You know, if you are healthy and you don't want to wear a mask, more power to you. I don't care. You want to go get sick or pick up something from some kid that's not wearing a mask, fine. I don't care. I'm not going to tell you what to do with your body. But when you are sick and then you go out in the public and you don't even bother covering your mouth when you cough, it's disgusting. It's like, what happened to all of the remember to cough into your elbow, remember not to, remember to wash your hands frequently, don't touch your face, blah, blah, blah. Basic common sense things to stay healthier. Now, Mark, oh God, what's his last name? I always forget. Mark Robles? He's an engineer, worked with NASA for a while, worked with Gates for a while. Basically, he's a science, he makes these engineering kits to turn kids onto engineering. So he teaches kids about the world, a world of science, and he's built amazing things. But what really made him famous on the internet was making the glitter bombs. But Mark is an amazing human being and really cares about humanity. So I have no problem with him working with other people who are, other people are leery of because they're so rich or whatever. He's not himself a wealthy man. He has an autistic son. He has created a world of fun for his family, for all the young kids. And he has done some absolutely fabulous videos that they're definitely worth watching. Now, he's had, like, for 3 years in a row, he's been challenged with squirrels. And squirrels getting into his bird seed feeders. Now, anybody that's fed the birds, you know that frustration. On the other hand, you like squirrels, so you want to feed them too, but you also don't want to keep seeing your little songbirds not able to get their feed. So he came up with what he thought would be a solution in making it like almost impossible for a squirrel to get to the feeder, and of course the squirrel defeated him. The next year he made a much more elaborate maze and a very entertaining video to Squirrel 2.0, and this year he came out with the Squirrel Adventure Backyard 3.0, whatever it is. It's adorable, and he's given up on trying to stop them and instead made it like the Squirrel Olympics to get a giant box of walnuts. The guy has just got a great sense of humor, and he's put so much good stuff out there. He's definitely worth looking up. Oh, what they did, this is what when I was in art materials, this is what the problem was. In watercolors, you want, for your fine work, you want nice points on your brushes, right? Well, there's a way to do it without putting it anywhere in your mouth. You can throw the water off it, and it will automatically, if it's a decent brush, it'll come to whatever point it's going to. You can point it like that with your fingers. Actually, that does a good job. Another way we were taught was use the palm of your hand to create the point you want. But there was always some idiot teacher who was boastfully stupid who would do this thing. I know, You're not supposed to do this pointing it with your mouth, but I get my best points that way. It's like if you were so concerned about having a little saliva on it, we have something called gum arabic. That's the medium that is the basis for all of your watercolors to begin with. It's what you dip brushes in to give them their like solid rock points when you're getting ready to ship them to a store. And it's the stuff you wash out of your brush so you can actually use it. There's just no reason to put a brush in your mouth. But then the kids would come to tell me, I told my teacher what you said, but she just laughed. She said she's going to keep doing it. And I said, well, don't you be as stupid as your teacher. I was just, there's some places where I'm just a hard ass, honest. It's like, it's stupid, okay? Your teacher is showing you how stupid she is, not how smart. I don't care what kind of artist she is, but there may be a reason that she's teaching instead of doing. I don't know. But if anybody puts a brush in their mouth, tell them they're not doing anything good for their liver. Oh, I know. I had a friend that, I've got pictures of me handling a squirrel. His name was Hanky. Yeah, I think he was named after the South Park Mr. Hanky, because he was a little shit. He was a rescue that refused to go back to the wild. They were always helping another. I was in North Carolina. In South Carolina, there was a bunch of family that were rescuing squirrels, possums, and raccoons and releasing them to the wild. And our friend in North Carolina had 30 acres and on the river, really excellent spot. And so we used to go there every week with the dogs and play in the river and play with stones and all that, rock people. So they would get all these squirrels and they'd put a little squirrel houses so they could adjust from cages to natural outdoors and still be safe, and then they go off and build their own nests. But this one Hanky absolutely refused to stay in the tree. He kept trying to get in the building where he first discovered humans when he got sent up to North Carolina. And he just decided he liked the grandson George. Grandson George was probably 15 around then. Yeah, about 15. And George and Hanky fell in love. Hanky would not let anybody do to him what George could do. George would hold that squirrel on his back and kiss him on the mouth. And Hanky would kiss him back. It was so cute. And Hanky would fall asleep like that. He wanted, just as long as he was in Daddy's hands, he felt completely safe and secure, and he would pass right out. On me, he would be traveling around me, and until finally he was like, okay, I've gotten all the nuts that you were hiding now. Next. He was always on the move. So yeah, they're definitely trainable, and they do make a mess. You have to know what they need, If I had a farm or, a few acres where I could do some enclosure stuff to make them feel safe, I would kind of make an indoor-outdoor situation where they could get shelter, be plenty warm in the winter, of course well fed. I'm like a Jewish mother with feeding things, and yeah, I would love them up. One thing about moving here, I'm on the top floor, and there's no way, despite all these trees and squirrels, I can see the squirrels, I can't get to them. And because there's a couple of feral cats on the property that are being fed carefully and have been neutered so they don't keep adding to the population, I don't want to tempt them to the ground any more than they need to be, so I haven't been buying nuts for them, and I haven't been teaching them to come to, well, there's no place to teach them to come to. There's too many people around here with little dogs, and they're not into feeding anything. So, But I had them coming and getting peanuts out of my hands, and if you do it for a whole season, after they have babies, they bring the babies to you. so you can see the babies and feed them as well. So my, what, year and a half, guys, at the condo, my backyard, I was on the ground floor, well, condo and unit. I had the woods, I had the river in the distance, and lots of squirrels and crows and blue jays. So I fed everybody. That was my big indulgence. It's like, I don't care. I got to get more bird seed. I got to get more walnuts. I go to the grocery store and I buy the mixed nuts. You know, it's like, okay, my squirrels will love this. And the ravens will love this. Not ravens, we had crows up here. So I do love all of that. And I'm a sucker for those little squirrely faces and bushy tails and attitude, because boy, they always have attitude. And here, where I'm living, to rescue an animal, to bring any animal, including a hamster in a little box, is a $300 deposit. It's like, I don't have $300 for a pet. No, that will not be happening for quite some time. I do miss cuddling cats, and in December I will have a weekend with a cat. Unfortunately, it's a cat that's very standoffish to everybody but my sister. Still, he's a sweetheart, and she periodically sends me hilarious photos of him. But again, because of my cancer, I can't have a cat because of the litter box. All the precautions pregnant women have to take, that's basically my life. Like a pregnancy that never goes away, but thank God never gives me a child. Yep. Gray. We don't have red squirrels in this country, most of the country, I should say. Yeah, they are a bit different, I believe. Now here we have gray squirrels, but they can be found also as pure white and pure black squirrels, but they're all basically the exact same genetically. They're gray squirrels, just with different color coats. There's some colonies that have just ended up, probably because of where they are. They developed colonies of just those colors. The red squirrels are so cute. They are adorable. Excuse me. Red squirrels are, that's more a UK thing, isn't it? They're in the UK, and I know some people in the UK were pissed off because the gray squirrels were pushing out some of the red squirrel habitat. I should have sanded that. My candy cane is not very smooth. Okay, now if I keep playing with it, I'm just going to end up making this worse. So we're going to stop on that. And now I need a door color. I need another cookie color. What color? Well, icing can be any color, right? Cinnamon stick. Nutmeg brown. Brown oxide. I think some of these went in the garbage. Even though this is not a very old, this is what, a year old? We did this in, oh my God, where was I when I did this chart? Was I here? Well, it's less than a year old, this chart, so some of these have got to still be good. It's not a great loss if any of them are dead, because I have the ability to buy more tomorrow. In fact, these are especially these are like the 50-cent a bottle paint. When I first started buying them, they were more like 80 cents each. Wait a minute. Here's my Liquitex. Oh, huh. On the other side? No, that's not Liquitex. Liquitex has a handful of good browns. There we go. Okay, so we've got burnt umber, burnt sienna rather, and we can raw sienna and burnt umber. Okay. Well, I could have just done this. Ta-da! Wait a second, let me catch up with you. Hold on. Charlie, pronounce this. Washington's Dulles Airport. I think it's Dulles, isn't it? Newark, New Jersey. I don't like fish as pets. Also, I've got no place to put them. No, I don't. Unfortunately, no views worth sharing, other than what's over my shoulder, looking straight out at the tops of trees. Also, that's just an unwise thing to do online. I had fish when I was a kid. I didn't like it. I like things I can pet. I like warm-blooded pets. I've had mice, I've had hamsters, dogs, cats. Lots of mice. I had some awesome mice. I had tanks of mice. And I had to end my mice experiments, which were, believe me, kind and loving. But I had to end all of that when I went in for back surgery, because I was in the hospital for a month. And it was hard enough finding someone to take care of my cats and apartment. While I was gone, they let one of my cats out and he got killed, which wasn't the best thing to come back to. So I'm glad I didn't entrust them with 50 mice. Young people. Oh yeah, that chocolate door looks better. Okay. Oh, rocks with landscape. Oh, yeah. Yeah, hold on a second. I'll show you. As a matter of fact, I've got some 30-second shorts. You don't need to listen, but they show the close-up of the houses as they're going around on a carousel. This one has stained glass windows, and it's from Namaris, so the second story. So it's a different kind of a vibe there, but hold on. This was the first gingerbread house. This is like over 20 years old. Oh. Here is the very first rock I did. This is from a piece of gravel from my driveway in North Carolina. Back in like around 1995. And let's see. Oh, something bigger. Oh, here's one. This was, I had a bunch of rocks that were started actually in the 90s, and I never finished them because we moved, and they were packed in a box, and they went from box to box and house to house until I finally finished these not that long ago. But you can tell how far back because the further back, the fewer three-dimensional doorways. I later on developed more of a style making doorways. Thank you. The smaller, the harder. Part of my joy is seeing how small I can go. These are some of my favorites, which is why they're here. For the last several years, well, like the last 5 years or so, I've given away my rocks. I gave away 6 every first Friday. I put them in a little baggie and hide them around York, because that would be the night that everybody came out and then we're walking around. And York, Pennsylvania has a lot of sculpture on the sidewalks, and it's really awesome. So I would hide things in the sculptures or on the sculptures, and people found and took home the art. So they're all, this was my first autumn tree. I didn't usually do autumn because, you know, autumn the leaves are dropping. So I made that with some dropped leaves. Here's a really early one. And this is when I first started doing things over the doorways, eaves. And one of the reasons I keep certain ones is to remind myself of styles that I can use. Like, oh yeah, you know, you can do that. Oh, I love this one. This is obviously a small. These are tiny rocks. They're pieces of gravel. So some of the stuff is painted with just 2 or 3 hairs. So I don't know how well you can really see these because I can't really tell because I can't really see them. Oh, I like this. Well, of course, if I have it, I kept it. I like it, just for different reasons. This one, I put a bunch of wisteria on. I like the weird rooftops. So I call them Nomarian houses now because of my planet Nomaris. And the people there, build their own houses and all that. So this one is, I liked this rock, so created a different kind of roof for it. I love little round windows, moon windows. And stained glass windows. So those are from my collection, and of course I will have, every time I make a gingerbread house, one is from my collection and the rest I give away, or in this year I'll be giving away a couple of them to some people who have contributed mightily to my cause, meaning survival, and the rest I'm going to auction off and try to make some money. Oh, I definitely alter them. Absolutely. I alter them with something like that. That's how I make the rooftops. That's how I make the chimneys. Oh, I'm not doing it sculpturally, and as far as chiseling the rock, we're talking about pieces of gravel. And the reason they're even gravel is because they're not really suitable to stand up as a large slab. So they're broken up into smaller pieces. Just there's too many fractures in them, or they're too full of druse, meaning the little tiny crystals. They look awesome. They sparkle like crazy, but they're not. They're not good to paint because all the texture just absorbs the paint, and you can't get any straight lines. So when I first started doing rock painting, I wasn't augmenting them at all. And then I started augmenting them just a little bit so that they can sit straight. It's really hard sometimes to find a cool look house-shaped rock that has a flat bottom. So I started with making the bottoms flat, and that's super easy to do. That way all of them are nice and stable throughout the painting process. Because, I did try just using the plain natural rocks to start. But the bigger we got, the worse that got. And you can spend just so many hours looking for a rock that no one is going to pay you any money for. So you're going to do it for yourself, and that's what I did. It gives me so much joy to give them away and to see people's faces when they get them. It's a turn on. So I call them sculptured rocks, but they're not sculptured in the traditional, chisel and hammer bit. But I do add things like today there it is. I wanted to make, it looked like a nose, and I didn't like that. So I chiseled away at that, but it was chiseling away the stuff I'd already had on there. Now I'm making a new one, and this one will look more like it's supposed to from the start. So this one's a mess, and I'm going to have to clean that up. But today we also augmented what's going to be a chimney on the top of this house, and we added a cookie doorway for this future gingerbread house. And it is still not dry enough, so I'm going to lay it on its back so the bottom part of this can get plenty of air. Yeah, it's taking a long time for this stuff to dry. I don't like that. But let's not worry about that at the moment. Let's go ahead and finish these doorways, because otherwise I'm never going to get these done. And we have a lot of Toeblarina wardrobe to create. And like I said, I've got a couple of gifts I want to make for a couple of other people's toes. So I have been challenged with the photography end of this, and without photographs, I have no business. So I'm hoping whatever I can't succeed in getting on my own, I hope that if I'm not done by the time Mr. Rich arrives, that he'll be able to help me. Having an extra pair of hands is really important. Matter of fact, I've been thinking about this ever since deciding to go serious with this and coming out of retirement, because it takes extreme devotion to do that, and it's going to take, if not an actual financial investment right off the bat, it is going to take a lot of time, and not too long in the future it's going to take money, because I have to do all the legal stuff, and I'm still finding out what that is. So I'm going to need someone. I don't think I can manage this. The reason I stopped doing my own business, my soap business, was because of the chemo giving me foggy brain. Well, the foggy brain's not improving enough to say I can take on doing my own taxes again. It's like, nope, we have to have someone help. Every time you add a person helping you, adding to the expense of your product. Right now, the product is not, doing anything. It's because it's not out there. What am I seeing there? I'm seeing something on screen. Oh, it's the water moving in this thing. What is that moving there? That's funny. Okay. Now this is not ready to paint, and probably we're not going to touch this again until tomorrow, because I need to sand and then add to the augmentation here, or this is not going to look right. And then we're going to have to repair the paint job I completely undid today. That won't take too long. One of the nice things about using small rocks, small amount of paint. These little tubes that are basically meant in this set to introduce you to the colors, so you get a chance to see how they work and how they feel. But unless you paint miniatures, this set is not going to go far. It's really just meant to help you figure out which ones you need to buy in the normal large tubes. Well, I know which ones I'm going to buy. I've already purchased one, my Prism Violet. So amazing a purple that I had to. I ran out of it, and it's like, yep, we got to get this full tube. It's my favorite purple now. But others are basic. It's like, yeah, I need full tubes of the basics, like the burnt umber, the burnt sienna, your white, your black, blah, blah, blah. And just your normal spectrum. From there, with the larger tubes, it's easier to mix colors if you need to. But one of the things about Liquitex, and this was their big selling point when they first hit the market, instead of making it necessary for you to mix colors, they did enable that, of course. They have a beautiful color chart they used to offer. Well, back in the 80s, it was free. I'm sure if you can even get it nowadays, it's going to cost you something. Beautiful, how to make over 200 different colors, by mixing, probably way more than that, I can't remember exactly, but it was a beautiful color chart on, percentages. You use this percentage of white, this percentage of black, you get these grays, and it was a really nice, break it down to the fine points, kind of a color chart. But their big pride and joy and the real big motivation for people going over to Liquitex was you didn't have to mix. Because I showed you those color charts, there are 42 colors already made. And the reason they did that with so many colors is because a lot of people can't mix colors, or they can't be consistent. So you can always know, if you pick up this cadmium red medium hue. It's always going to be exactly like this. And if you run out of your color in the middle of a painting, you can go to the store, any store that carries Liquitex, and get the exact same color. So it's way different than, from when you are mixing all of your colors. And if you're working big, it's really handy to have them straight out of the tube, be exactly what you need. Matter of fact, there's this artist in California. I was not a fan of his work. But as someone who used to sell Liquitex, I had to appreciate it. And he definitely kept some store going well, because the man did some large, he had a foundry, is what he had, an iron foundry. And he had all these slabs of stuff he couldn't do anything with. I guess some of it had rusted beyond, they weren't melting it down. It was like, well, why don't I do something with this? And he went and got a shitload of straight on Liquitex, and he just used a certain range of colors and made all these bright, happy, just threw the colors on. And when I say threw the colors on, it was like a Pollock, except it didn't make sense as much as a sense as a Pollock does, and I don't like Pollock. He had squashed just blobs out and then stuck a shoe on it, and then painted the shoe, and then squashed color all over the shoe. He found random stuff and stuck it on these metal hangings and called them paintings. And then he put them on display at this cafe I was singing at. And then I was there one night when I wasn't doing the entertainment. They were having just like a showing, having the artist appear and talk about his art that's on display. And he was the most pretentious asshole. I couldn't help but wonder, like, how many galleries openings have you been to? Because you're acting like you've been doing this all your life, and this is new to you. I know that, but everybody else, he was making it like, oh yes, well, I'm college educated, and of course I'm wearing the requisite turtleneck shirt, and dressed conservatively and artfully in black with a little red, which I happen to like. That, the attitude was just too much for a little espresso bar patio. But the cool thing about his art, it could be left out in the rain and it wouldn't change. You could leave it in the sun and it wouldn't change. It was just tons of acrylic on metal. So they were too heavy to steal, and I don't think anybody ever expressed enough interest to want one. So we just had those hanging in that cafe for, at least 2 or 3 years, and nobody ever bought one. And they were just colorful things on a wall. Just, immovable art or something. Well, it was his expression of art, so I shouldn't condemn it. It was just, I'm glad he was inspired, but I was more amused by how he just squashed the stuff out of the tube. Sir. It's like, okay, well, you've got the money, so cool. I could not do that because I'm just too cheap anymore to go crazy with a paint like that. Although I don't know if you heard, but I was talking about the sculptural stuff. That there's a guy on YouTube that's invented, and he's a painter, and he makes acrylic paints in Florida. But what he is specializing in now is he made a super, super thick acrylic paint, and it is cool to see him work. There's lots of videos of him not just selling the paint, but painting with it. And it's so thick, you can like scoop it up, and it's just going to be there. You can go like that, it's just going to stay. And then you could just go slop it onto your canvas. It'll take a form and stay there. I mean, just stay there. It's like, oh, rad. Super three-dimensional paintings. This stuff weighs a ton. But the cleverness is that this is his formula, and it's not like adding stupid things to it to make it thicker. Like, you can add cornstarch to some of these cheaper acrylics, like the crafty ones for 50 cents a bottle. You can thicken them up with cornstarch, and okay, fine, but I don't do that. His is not thickened, it's just beautiful super thick, super dense acrylic, and you can get it pigmented or you can get it plain white. Well, it's just pigmented with titanium dioxide, but it's really nice stuff. So I figure if I ever have to go with that, it's not going to be a problem. It's just so beautiful to work with. I watched him and went, it's like watching someone decorate a cake. You know, it's like, oh man, look at that. Beautiful leaves and flowers, and they're sticking up like 3 inches and staying. It's like, yeah, I could have a go at that, because then instead of having to like lay down this stuff in a really hard medium, and then paint it, you can just get this paint and just go ahead and do that same exact thing and save yourself time and steps. So, yep, fun stuff. All right, now back to the burnt sienna. Wait a minute. Yeah, that's burnt sienna. I'm going to have to pale this out a little. Okay. Lay down. Yeah. We're looking for a gingerbready color. I think I like that better than the one I mixed up yesterday with little Naples yellow. Yeah, that's just a shade darker. I like it. One of the things you have to get used to when you're working with small rocks is that even though they're tiny, they're heavy. And then as you're painting and the paint dries, they also get more and more slippery. So these are things that you have to get used to when you're working with the stones. Now I got started with all of these kinds of things, decorating eggs, decorating rocks, because I was a starving artist. Any money I had went into my music, because I was a starving musician as well. And I would put money into microphones and PA systems and things like that, guitar strings, guitars. So there wasn't really any money for art supplies. So I also, because I had a passion for it, like especially when I got home from a gig, I would use anything at my disposal, anything I could find, nail polish, markers, pencils, mix up some kind of a dough with cornstarch to play with. I did all kinds of weird stuff, but with things around the house, things that I already had, because it was just too much to go to an art store and buy supplies specifically for that. Every once in a while, you know, I would like pick up some canvas panels, something like that, but overall it was music first and art second. Now it's the opposite. Now music is actually third, writing is second, and art is first. Periwinkle. How about you? Oh, totally, Sally, about the worth of a painting. I said, this guy was asking thousands of dollars for these paintings. In in his defense, he spent quite a bit on straight Liquitex. I mean, he used tons of the shit, and I know that wasn't cheap because I was selling it. But nevertheless, it wasn't. It didn't add up. Okay, he still was asking way more than I think he deserved. What pissed me off about him was that he wasn't an artist. I mean, he became an artist, we can say that. Okay, he did something artistic that makes him an artist. But that wasn't what he was doing before. It was like he got this brainstorm for turning some trash from his foundry into art, which I thought was great because I do approve of that. But it was that he got all the press. He got all of the money. He got all of the wealthy people in the neighborhood supporting him. It's like, I can think of 6 people who are better artists and have been artists for years and years, and they're ignored. And they don't deserve to be, but they don't have the money to promote themselves. They don't have the connections. It's like, so yeah, you see that, and then you see this guy, because he had money to start with, suddenly his art becomes interesting to the public. It wasn't the great public, it was just the local, I guess, in Glendora, LA County, but not LA. Azure, that's a nice one too. Azure's a good color. It sounds beautiful. Azure, like the Azure Coast. See, I'm hooked on periwinkle from childhood. It's not just a beautiful shade of lavender, but it was the crayon name that I was contesting with a psychiatrist who was giving me a very young child IQ test. And IQ tests for little kids, first of all, are stupid. And because they can't really give you much in written tests when you're 4, they just, you're basically name the crayons. Holding the crayon in the hands, you can see the color, but you can't see the name. And the guy pulled out periwinkle, and I insisted it was periwinkle, and without looking at it, he's insisting on making the name up. And I was really indignant. It's like, I know my colors. I know all of those colors. And, so when he opened his hand and he saw periwinkle, I loved the look on his face, and I'll never forget him being like, oh, I'm so sorry. But apparently that was some kind of a triumph on my side. I don't know why. I think we just overestimate and underestimate kids and people all the time. But yeah, so periwinkle became a thing for me. It's like, I know periwinkle. And then I think this year or last year, periwinkle was like the color of the year. Pantone and the Design Institute or Fashion Institute or somebody, they release every year the colors of the year. And it is important to pay attention to if you're an artist who's hoping to sell something, because the colors of the year are basically a palette that is then going to be used in manufacturing items for your house or your office. It becomes a thing. I don't know if you remember other things, like when we went from all the warm browns to people going, I'm sick of brown and sick of that vomity looking brown or that diarrhea looking brown. And then we switched to grays and shades of pink. So we had mauve and peach and gray, or just mauve and gray, and different shades of gray. And that was the big thing. And suddenly you're going to all these offices and they're all done in cool colors. So it was, it's interesting. I was in the printing industry with my first husband. He was the boss all the time, but I ended up working with him a couple of times and I loved it. So I got exposed to the insides of doing fancy postcards for famous people and that kind of thing. It was cool. But some things you're just not going to get into forever. Yeah, right? I was just a little kid. My father was obsessed with intelligence, and he had four little girls. And at the time that we were tested, the fourth one was way too young to be taken out on a Sunday or a weekend with daddy. You know, divorced family thing. So the first three, he became obsessed with our intelligence and testing it. And I think that was my fault. It was actually the parents' fault, but ended up being my fault because I was loquacious as a child, like I am now. They never spoke baby talk. I was surrounded by people who spoke multiple languages. I had to be very intuitive just to figure out what the adults were talking about because I was insanely nosy. Also, my grandmother taught me how to read cards, regular playing deck cards, do fortune telling. When I was 3 years old, I was treated like a little miniature adult. No one babied me. That came later. But most of us were not babied, and because of that, and I was left alone a lot, I read. I learned how to read very early, and I loved reading, and I would read anything I get my hands on. Even if I didn't understand some of the words, I'd skip over them and go to all the words I could understand. So if you couldn't find me somewhere in the apartment, I was with a book. And if I was doing art, I was there at a table so you could see me. But whenever it was a book, I would find a place to sit where nobody could bother me, and I wouldn't have to listen to my grandparents arguing about the getting divorced. And I could just read or look at pictures. So I was just more verbal than an average child my age, and that, I'm sure, contributed to the belief that my intelligence was in a range that it was not. So you get treated differently, you know, when they think that you're super smart. But I still don't think they have figured any of that out. And really, the best way to raise a child. I think it's great to help a kid, but you gotta not put so much pressure on them that they just want to run away from you. I don't care what you think. Leave me alone. I just want to be normal. You are normal. You're just this kind of normal. Like, no. I'm okay with it now. Childhood for me was mostly, whenever I could get away with it, run and hide and do your thing where nobody can catch you because they just disturb your peace. And that much has not changed. I still like being alone, although I did enjoy, for the most part, being a married woman. I do love my private hours. Did the lockdowns make you more appreciative of getting out and being with humans? A lot of people were saying that when they came out of lockdowns, they found themselves more avoiding people. They didn't want anything to do with people. Well, I wanted to be a scientist, so IQ was not important, but what I was able to remember was, and of course that's what gives you the good IQ scores, so I did get good scores. But it doesn't make you who you are, and when you score high, they put pressures on you that you really don't need as a child. I mean, my father got it, Like, I did not like to play with dolls, so I got things I really appreciated, like a microscope with a bunch of samples to play with. Although I did not like dissecting the frog. Ew. I was also kind of too young for it and really needed a teacher to go through all that stuff with me. That's great. Private hours mean hours by myself, where I can do whatever it is I want to do without people talking to me or asking me to do something for them. And I do like helping people. It's not that. It's that when I retreat, I want to retreat fully, and I don't want people bugging me. It's like management knows, don't knock on my door without warning me by phone that you're going to knock on my door or would like to knock on my door. And it's true about all those tests. They are doing better with that now. There's so many better ways to test than the Myers-Briggs or things like that. I like the Ocean 5, was it Ocean 5? And there's another test. It's more like, it's more useful, you know, to figure out certain aspects of your personality. Like, I'm a good team worker, but I like being the leader. So, you know, I try not to be a bitch about it. Well, that's great. Well, how old are you, Sally, if you don't mind me asking? And it's good. One of the things they found about living among people is if you have a good support system, you are likely to stay healthier and live longer. We need our social connections to thrive. We can survive without very many, but to actually thrive, we need social connections. So I do have cravings now and then. And also, I'm socially connected with all of you guys. I talk to you guys almost every day. I don't feel alone. 55. Congratulations. I turned 68 last March. Okay, I think there's gonna have to dry, and I'm gonna have to wash this up. Well, happy belated birthday. I'm trying to remember 55. Where was I in 55? I think I was still living in North Carolina at 55. I think I was still down on the farm. Or maybe I might have just moved up to Rhode Island. I don't know, I've been all over the country. Oh, aren't you sweet? Well, I can't take any special credit for my genes. My mother passed away at 89 a year ago. And by the time she left, she did look like she had used up her body. So it was a successful journey. But most of her life, until she let her hair go white, which she only did her last 3 years of life. When I saw her, she was still dyeing her hair dark. And she did not look as old as she really was. So I have to say, thanks, Mom. My father passed away at 53, so it's impossible to know how well my father's side did. So I don't mind looking youthful. It's not a bad thing. And I admit I am making sure I use my moisturizer every day anymore. Okay, I need to change the water. I need to clean my palette. I'm going to be in the kitchen for a minute. Excuse me. Let's see. I can't tell who's here. How many people are here? I have no way of knowing now. 3? I was thinking of making a cup of tea, and I would hate to just leave you here with nothing, but I could put a song on if you want. Of course, it has to be one of my own, because otherwise it's copyright infringement. Well, Charlie, you're here, so you're 1, and Sally's 2. I cannot tell. But I'm glad you're here. If you want to hear the same song, or if you would like to hear a different song, I'll be glad to put one on. As soon as I find it. That's the wrong thing. Please let me see it. I can't see it. Oh, I've got a window in front of it, that's why. No Maris. No Maris 1. No Maris, the Edge of Remembering. And turn that off. That was my shoulder cracking. Okay. I certainly have every reason to believe I'm here. Okay, 3 million in the building. Whoa. That's okay, Charlie. I like accents. I'm not all that great at them, but I like them. I'm going to turn the speakers on. I'm going to put my tea kettle on. I'm going to make a cup of tea while I swash out my palette of a few colors. I will be back. Well, I'm not going to be back before the end of the song, but not long after.
Some examination, man, I think that you've got what I need. It's really alright. It's really alright. It's really alright if you don't love me. What's that look of consternation? I'm completely in control. So if you're thinking of evasion, there's something you should but your lover without liberty. Which would you rather face, that cold-hearted landscape or me? Was that look of consternation? I'm completely in control. So, I got thinking of evasion. There's something you should know. Well, I wouldn't say I own you, but you're a lover without liberty. Which would you rather face, a cold-hearted landscape or me?
Okay. Well, let's see where we're at. Okay, my water is boiling and the palette might be doing better now. It's gonna soak it for a minute anyway. Come on, boil already. So slow. Thank you. I'm almost back. I've got a template I need to move over here. These are gonna have to continue drying until tomorrow. So I move them over here. I take this and we're gonna wipe that off over the garbage. Okay. I really need to replace these. They were 2 for $1. Another eBay find. Sometimes I just love eBay. Okay, let's move that over. And move that over. And I heard my snap of a kettle. a mild cup of tea. Let's turn off the music. And now, where's my template? Here we go. Okay, now that I am just knocking things over like a bull in a china shop, luckily nothing damaged. Now we're back. Reduce that window and enlarge this window so I can see what we're doing. Okay. My light is on me now. Okay, well, such is life. We move those over. We take this out. We need good scissors and we need blue. Now this is beautiful paper. It is rice paper, also known as mulberry paper. It's full of threads and give it a beautiful texture. You can see partially through it. You can see my fingers through that. That's so pretty. So what I'm going to do is draw out a tie. And I'm going to leave room to make a couple of them because it is kind of tricky. Now, for some of us old enough to remember, there was in the old days our first paper dolls, and these paper dolls were adorable. They're printed, and you had to originally cut them out with real scissors, and you would put them with little tabs. You would fold the tabs so it would hold on to your dress, the shoes, whatever. And of course, you know, it was extremely limited. Then they made some that were a little heavier and they punched out instead of you having to cut them out. They were not much better. The only thing after that was real three-dimensional dolls. But the paper dolls did very well for a long time because, well, they were good for small children. And you could just print it, which made things a lot easier. All right. Now, what I'll be doing with this next is coating it with Liquitex Gloss Medium Varnish. So let's make it easy on ourselves. Excusez-moi. Okay. Hold on a second. And now stop. Apparently, I am still showing up in Pennsylvania as a resident, so I'm getting political things. At least they got the party right. I don't need to learn more about my privacy. Go away, you're just taking up room on my dashboard. Okay, back to work. Now this, oh, damn. No. I need clean water for this. I don't want to change the shade of that paint, that paper. Okay. And once again, God, why don't I haven't written it down, that's why. It's not on my wish list because I forgot to write it down. But I need to replace these. Yeah. Go away. It doesn't know what it wants to do. I will close it and come back. It closed itself. That's probably why it was giving me a problem. It was ready to crash. You too. Ah, okay. So when you first look at my channel, it shows actually the lake I used to kayak on from the middle of the lake while kayaking. That's a nice scene. The sun was going down. But it's time to replace it with something more now. Another painting? Toeblarina? No, she's got her own stuff going on. Remember to guard your privacy. Guard as well. I just don't understand why I can't use my own. Oh, wait a second. I pulled it up. Oh, maybe this will work. It did. Well, what took so long? Oh, I see. Well, enjoy the hearts and smiles because I can't seem to find those again. All right, what am I doing? Right. I just need a drop and it's going to be sucked in, which is the idea. This will make this more plastic and I'll be able to cut it out. It'll be stronger. But before I cut it out, I'll paint the other side, which I can't do right this second because it's wet on one side. You see why I only needed one drop. So the rice pepper gets more transparent and a little darker with the medium soaking into it, but still transparent, semi-transparent. What's that word? Semi-opaque. I like the word quasi. It could be quasi-opaque. In any case, it's too wet to lay down, but it doesn't take long to get to the tacky, and you can lay it down safely stage. But not where I just deposited some. So we'll get out our handy rag. It's safe. And while I'm waving this in the breeze, I will sip my tea. Which is delightfully hot. Now, harder to do is the bow tie. The bow tie that I want to do has to be way different. I was thinking of kind of making a flower, a rose kind of a thing with a couple, 2 or 3 different layers of the rice paper and crinkle them a bit, and then have the ties come out from that. Like, I have some ribbon. I don't have a lot of ribbon, but I might be able to coat it with the same stuff on one side, which will keep it from fraying if I cut it up the center. Because it's so narrow that just cutting it is short to allow that fraying to happen from the center out, and that we don't want. Shall we test that theory? Okay, I really need to get some bigger boxes. I haven't come across anything. Actually, I got one in the mail. And I was like, this is about the right size right now for everything, all the costumes that I've made so far. But then I noticed that the side was punched in. It's like, let's at least start with a whole box before I start putting time and money into decorating it, making it a sturdier box and something that I can say is part of what I'm working with. Okay, so this is the narrow ribbon I'm referring to. Since it's going to go on a toe, this width is actually a bit on the big side for what I have in mind. So I would like to split this up the center, make it into 2 ribbons that come out. All right, let's try. This is a nice yellow. Let's see if this would. Well, it's got the blues. But that's good. No, it goes more with that. Okay. Just in case this might come in useful, I'm just going to keep it here. And this is a little bit more clumsy, so this time I'm going to do this. Use the palette. I'll be getting more of this stuff, I think, on Thursday or Friday. Yeah, I think. Okay. It would be helpful if I went to the right thing. All right, we just want one side. And the edges, because we don't need it unraveling from the bottom. The cut side there. All right. Just have to let that dry thoroughly to see if I can get the scissors through the center. If so, awesome. If not, next thing to try. Where'd my pencil mark go? Well, like the pencil completely disappeared. Okay. Maybe when it's thoroughly dry, I'll be able to see it again. I could just coat this now, or a piece of this. where the tie would be. Not. The sides of it. Now, when you're designing clothes for a toe, there are some limits and points that you must pay attention to, like proportion. As much as it's ludicrous, I try to think of Toeblarina as having what I would consider like the head area, body area. She doesn't have a waistline, but we're pretending a lot. But it'll all work out in the end, really. Being the artist, I can make it happen. So, Charlie, is that 9/11 thing due tomorrow or 9/11? Well, that would be next year, so. That's curious. I'm assuming it's tomorrow that it's due. Oh, it's looking better. Good. Good, good. Yeah. Oh, I'm disappointed that the drawing disappeared in that. What are you made out of? If that was traditional graphite, that couldn't have happened. I'll bet it's some kind of polyester, some relative of the acrylic, because it seems like the acrylic dissolved it completely. There is no pencil mark. How weird is that? Not even a dent. Well, I guess we'll do it again. White pencil? I think we had to turn to that before, didn't we? The white waxy, it's supposedly for fabric marking pencil. With the lead that's broken, like every little tick here, so we'll see. Now, surely that is big enough for a man's toe. If this gets to my eyes, I've got the light table sitting right there. Now, what has me a little perplexed with this design is it can't be just plain solid blue. It needs to have some small colorful embellishment. And the only thing I can think of that can go on top of this and stay and be true to color would be gold. because the gold will just sit on the surface of the fibers. So I can do like a little row of gold dots or something classy looking. All right, now we're going to take the chance that this stuff is going to dissolve this too, but I have to have this stuff on both sides. Now this is really a prototype because it might turn out perfect and I won't need to make a second one or a third, but it's likely this is just giving me my instructions for the final copy. So when you want something to, if you can't measure somebody else's toe or anything in person, then you have to make it adjustable for the person. So when they get it, they can make it as tight as they need to, and tie it at whatever area of the toe they prefer. They might want the tie facing out, you know. I mean, they might want it on the tip. So I don't know. That's up to them. But the thing is, make it right so it can be adjusted and basically look pretty cool or cute in any direction. Okay, I can barely see the white lines, but that's good. We don't want to include that. Now I have that old bottle of gold ink that at this point is more gold than ink. I could just stick a toothpick in there and pull up a blob of gold and do my dots. So it's that thick. So that that could be the answer. And then I've got a gold that's very thin, and I might be able to use that for making a couple of like lines across it. It's got to be classy looking, cute but classy. Yummy. Okay. Now I have this bag here. I got this for Halloween myself. Imperial Nuts, the energy blend. Now I don't expect much out of it, to be honest, because well, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose at the dollar store. But I thought, I'll take a gamble for $1. Also, even though I didn't open the bag, I got it because I was starving. I had not had time to eat before the bus came. So, dollar store was my first stop. I thought, oh, well, you get any more starving, you can have some of these. Well, okay. Sometimes when you have too many nuts in the same mix, they start to share flavors. I think that's a peanut. It is. It was. Ah, roasted, honey roasted sesame sticks. What else is in here? almonds. Roasted almonds. Another honey roasted almond. A peanut, rather. They didn't do anything to the almonds except roast. Okay. It's alright. Anywho, have you eaten yet? Just happen to have a bunch of these handy now. These are craft for crafts, also dollar store. You sound like you just had a drink instead of dinner. Horseshoes. Uh-huh. Yeah. Massive denial. So what are you studying tonight? Are you still working on that cartoon? It looks like that really just sucked that up so much. It's... It doesn't have a nice silky... It's got to kind of be a silk tie, you know? We're going to use a little more. Do we have any left in there? A little. Well, it is a pretty blue, pretty dark blue. I love this paper. How are you doing? You need more too, don't you? This is the technique I used to make the Zorro mask, or La Toblo's mask. And it came out really cute. I do have to size it though now. Yeah, we need to add to that. Let's go direct again. Good thing I've got more of this coming. I would be in despair at the moment if I didn't. Now today I was giving thought to the business of La Tobla in different lights. What has to be done, what doesn't need to be done. Oopsie. Toeblarina does not have a logo, and for branding's sake, the sooner I can come up with one, the better. But I always have liked to do the work first, like what you're going to be promoting, before you worry about how you're going to promote it. I mean, you know, like if you're going to do a campaign or whatever, but I'm used to the identifier being my face, because the only time I really promoted myself was when I was in music, and they always wanted headshots, and that was like, okay, photos. But now that I have to come up with this whole little miniature persona, that's not me, but my toe, it's different, because also in my businesses, It could always be, I would use my real name, but this is not a real name. It's a made up name. And so I have to protect it. And that's another, it's like, oh God, money. Money, money, money. You always have to protect things, and it always costs money. But where I'm going to be starting, all my images will be watermarked. So I mean, there will be no doubt that they belong to me, and I will get credit for them, etc. Oh, hold on a second. I have to catch up with Charlie here in the chat. So basically tomorrow. Oh, I see. Oh yes, I see. It's completely undone you. I don't know how you're going to get through this. Dun dun dun! Do you understand what tragedy has befallen my life? You see, but you can't understand the pain. You're right. I am not 17 anymore. I can only remember the pain, but I can no longer feel it. I have different pains now. Most of them associated with this arthritis. So what can we do for you, Charlie? I don't know. Don't bring me down. Sorry, I forgot myself for a moment. You are helpless. You poor, poor, poor little lamb. It's a good thing it's not a harsh winter where you are at the moment. It would really be like dramatic. You huddled in a doorway, shivering in the cold. I'd hate to see you that way, kid. Even the dark caves are not dark enough with all of the stuff that glows in the dark. All that green glowing bioluminescence. Just like visiting the depths of Nomaris. The catacombs where ancient dragons go when they are ready to die. I put way too much. Not necessary. Whoa. Let's scoop that up. Silly me. Well, it will be rubbery. Dig myself a hole what? Well, there's always the underwater caves, but they also risk bioluminescence in those. Sorry, I can't offer you total darkness on this planet. There is a black hole. There's many of them. You have your choice. And by the way, thank you again for typing in capital letters so that I can see. Oops. Okay, well, I might as well put that excess on here because I will need to do that eventually. Still, I wasn't prepared to do this now. Oh, look at that. It's already getting that cloth-like feel and appearance. Actually, it's kind of a rubbery feel, but it has that more cloth-like, you know, foldability. That's what we're looking for. I know. I do know that. That's why I said that in such a hyper-exaggerated way. How are we doing there? Yeah, this stuff needs a good 24 hours. It is really slow. There must be some kind of plasticizer or something in there. Ah, Christmas tree is going to be cute. It's a little risky gluing things on. I like to have it all like one big molded thing, but I am not going to be able to use this material to make a small star for the top of the tree. And that's unfortunate. But I do have tiny silver stars, and that are perfect. And hopefully I can make that happen. I was considering using, excuse me, little beads all around it, you know, to add some sparkle, but I don't think that's a good idea either. Just gonna have to rely on paint. This I can sand tomorrow. Okay, tomorrow is going to be a busy morning, and it's going to be busy through lunchtime. So I'm aiming to be here by 3 in the afternoon, Eastern Standard Time, but I'm not sure. If I'm really worn out from all the running around, I may just skip doing a show and come back on Wednesday. I don't know what's going to be for dinner tonight. I don't know, actually. Pararo? Well, we say potatoes as potato. Or potato if we're being smartass. I had potatoes last night. I peeled this giant russet and then sliced it into slabs and then fried them with minced garlic, dried minced garlic, and olive oil, and a little bit of chili garlic oil. Very good. And what else did I have? Crap, I don't remember. It was probably chicken. That's most of the time it's chicken. An accidentally R, like a background. Oh, hold on a second. I must say goodnight. Okay. I can't let my friend go to bed without me saying something. Yeah, go there. Open up my YouTube again. Come on. It's this big. Unravel, but more like. I'm not sure what you're getting at. All right, experiment time. Experiment worked. Okay, okay, yes, that's the way to do it. Coat one side with the medium. Let it dry, and then you can cut it without it shredding. Perfect. Problem solved. All right, Amber. We're going to save that in case we could use it. I'm actually not more, whatever. It's okay. That's too wet. Well, I expect that to be too wet. I just did it. Okay, and getting nice and shiny. For the stylish toe, the well-dressed toe. Now, I had an idea for a costume, and I can't tell you what it is, but I can tell you it had me laughing, and it does concern having some false eyelashes. I just don't want to spend money on false eyelashes at this point in my life, but tomorrow I'm going to Walmart and I might find something cheap enough to take a chance on. The idea of putting false eyelashes, I just thought that was freaking hilarious. But then again, weed. I'm assuming. Although you may find it just as funny when you see the pictures. Dinner. Why did you have to mention food, Charlie? Is it dinner time? I guess it's getting there, isn't it? 4:45. That is dinner time. Well, one of the things I've had in my mind actually is carrots, sauteed carrots. I'm in a mood for some sauteed carrots. So, off the top of my head, I'm going to say I know I have 3 chicken tenders left that need to be used, and I've got a shitload of carrots, organic. So I'll probably saute a bunch, and I'm going to see if my fresh thyme is still fresh enough to use. Otherwise, I'll just have to use dried thyme. And of course, garlic. Oh no, we do have to. I'll be right back. Damn. Okay. Next stream will be tomorrow after 3 in the afternoon, but if I'm too tired, I'll skip tomorrow and be back Wednesday. I have a doctor appointment possibly Wednesday. But if I do, it's at like 2 in the afternoon. So sometime before or after, I'll be on. Do your homework in the meantime. Auntie A says get good grades and sweet dreams. Oinkness, I'm going that away to check on Gary Payton. Oink. Gary says hi. Oh. Oh, damn. Yeah, I made sure I popped the patch on my hip. Since I can only put 2 at a time on, I saved the back, lower back, where the nerves are, for tomorrow, because I'm walking around pulling or pushing my little grocery cart. So, yeah, I was looking at my list, and it's not that I have to get a lot, but 2 of the things I have to get are too big to carry and around the store. I mean, literally, I mean, big bitch to carry them around the store. A giant thing of toilet paper and paper towels. As soon as I need those, it's like, you know what? I'm just going to have to pay the price and have them deliver. So tomorrow, it's more about picking out stuff I can't trust somebody else to pick out for me. And I'll see what their other stock is. And when I get home, I'm just going to have to place an order for all the stuff I can't carry, which has been getting more like that these days. It's just, I hate paying for it. But I don't need stuff from Walmart enough to have an account with them. They have that thing now where, oh, it's free delivery, but you have to pay, I don't know, $10 or $12 a month. That's not free. It's $12 or $13, I think it is, plus a tip to have them deliver. So by the time you're done, if I only use them once a month, it's really not a savings. And also, I don't get once a month from them. So definitely not worth it. Oh, is Gary still here? Oh. Yeah, the only way I can see it is this way, and I need to not keep my head on that angle. It looks like I'm bald all the way up to there, with this light beaming down on me. Ah. I was referring to, for me, I was just saying out loud about Gary Payton, but I think you know what I'm talking about. So, because you said Pacific Summer OG, which does sound beautiful. Local strain? Oh, I was saying Gary Payton. Gary said hi. That was the Gary Payton strain. Gary said hi. It's okay. The joke was not good enough to repeat it. But that's okay too, because I don't have writers on my show. Which of course does show. Well, that soaked that up super fast. Am I looking at the right thing? Yeah. Yeah, it does have a little. That is a gorgeous blue with all that stuff on it. But I don't like how it shows the brush stroke, so I'm gonna have to do that side as the art side. It's funny how small it's going to end up. You've got this big piece of paper, well, all things being relative, a big piece of paper. It's just going to be right there. Not big, because it can't be bigger than this. It's got to be able to hang down and tie in the back. So, yeah. Let's keep. I'm waving in the breeze. That's just, I can't come up with a whole bunch of rhymes for that, so I won't butcher the song. You're not able to appreciate what I'm appreciating. The beautiful color of this, which you have to hold up to the light in a certain way. So I can see the light coming through the back, so to me it's awesome, but you're not going to get that. It's okay. Now, you can see why I would not mass produce these. It is a process. Now this is going to be tricky. I have multiple colors here because I was imagining what I could make it look like as making a miniature flower in the bow tie, as you know, as a center point. So it'd be a flower in the center, and then the bow, and then 2 ribbons coming down. So definitely a feminized version of a tie, a suit tie. Or the way I'm thinking, an amberized tie, because she's definitely got her own, excuse me, unique style. And whoever is doing her clothing definitely should win an award. But she wears it well. And that's the point. All right, I think we're going to try this. All right, very carefully. No, you're already too enthusiastic. Go away. Oops, sorry about that. We're not going to take any more of that out tonight. Now this is one of my favorite rice papers. It is way stronger than it looks. Excuse me. To pull it apart, you really need to wet it and then pull it apart. I mean, you can yank on it, but it looks really pretty if you use water with it. But let's see. We'll see how this does. It looks pretty good. It's got so many fine fibers in between the holes. I'm showing the wrong camera. There we go. So what I want to do is make sure that when I start working with it, I can accentuate those smaller fibers instead of the bigger cables that hold all the little fibers together. So once you get tiny, you have to, you know, have tinier patterns. Okay, let's get this out of the water. This is the last braid. The last of the braid for making our Princess Toebla costume. Or would it be Princess Leia? So she'll be Toleia. Or I guess Toebla. Princess Toebla. We have her wig and her cowl. But not exactly, because that's, you know, it's borderline copyright issues there. But you'll all know what it represents. Good, good. Not good enough. Yeah, just a little more right there. I don't want to make it too glossy on this side, because this side's got the weight on it. It does look like a circle of just not enough. All right, just a little. Okay. And that should not need any more, I don't believe. No, this is perfect. Just have to follow the pattern and cut it out. And I'm not sure I can do that properly. Trying to see. That's the hard part. Let's get that white pencil back out. And there we have our prototype tie, which will require an improvement. But now I've got a template to start with. We need to make the sides longer and make that a little wider. And then we can add the decorating color. A little gold. I think it's kind of dangerous to do anything but gold, actually. The paints are too transparent to use over a dark color, and so I'm afraid to do something like red and gold stripes or red anything, because the red is gonna look way too dark, I think, against the navy blue field. It's not like with real fabric, it's woven in a good tie, a good fabric. So another thing that I might end up doing is gluing some embroidery thread on either side to make it easier to tie with big hands. Okay, let's take a look at the other side of it. Well, it doesn't fall like fabric, and that is definitely a flaw. Of course, being paper to start with. Oh, great. Well, we will mess around with this. We will perfect this week. In between finishing up, although we've got a little ways to go, our gingerbread house rocks. And that looks good. Let's try a little piece here. I'm making, there's a bit of a rough circle, very tiny. Where did I put those? That's the wrong place for that. Now, my tweezers. Well, that's kind of strange. Da-da. Okay. I did not bring him in the other room. I did not drop on the floor because we would have all heard that. I'm just not seeing them. This is more than getting used to glasses. I wouldn't put it in my smiley cup, would I? Nay. Okay. Oh. On the tray. What else is down there? Okay. Okay. Very tiny. If I could sew a bead right to the center. That's a nice thing also, and you can do it before you coat it, but if you coat it with something, you can treat it like cloth and sew it, which is what we've been doing in making little flowers. And what I did before was take a tiniest bead and sew it through the paper and then push the paper up around it so that the bead became the center of the flower. And then I started layering these and it came out cute. So I was thinking like this lace and then layering in these different colors to make the center of a bow tie. Well, let's see. Well, I guess that could be small enough. All right, so basically smaller than a dime in circumference, definitely. The inside of a dime. The nice thing about this also, as you've seen with using it in the collages, is a drop of paint, I mean ink. It just spreads, it changes shade, it's an awesome, awesome material. We will save that. Okay. Good, we got dry. And I think we could put these here, back in the blue container. Come on. Last year I went looking for the rice papers, or earlier this year, I'm not even sure, time has been very strange this year. I used to stock several of these, and I thought back then, and it might have been true back in the 80s, I thought I had every single one, samples of these, like, you know, full sheets of every rice paper I could get my hands on for our store. And there were only a half a dozen of the figured ones that I could get my hands on. But then when I was looking at, I think, oh goodness, a couple of places in LA, Dick Blick was one of them. Dick Blick is the one with the big catalog. They have the warehouses and they supply stores frequently, or at least help them fill in their stock. And I believe when I finally found it there, I found a huge range of figured race papers. It's like, okay, when I get the money, I definitely have to order some of this stuff. And the nice thing about these papers, you can order one sheet. You don't have to order like a pack of it because they're big sheets. So you tell them how many sheets you want, they roll them up, stick them in a tube, and off they go. Unlike my favorite watercolor paper, which is more like a board, that's 300 pound. You can hear it when you click your finger against it. It's heavy, and you don't have to soak it and stretch it out if you don't want to. It's like, okay, it's not going anywhere. You can be rough with this. Matter of fact, I did a painting on a piece of that, the last piece. Yeah, here it is. This is a single sheet of paper, but this is only a fraction of the single sheet of paper. It's $49 a sheet. And a sheet is, I don't know, 24 by 36 or something. It's big. It's a big enough sheet, and you've got to cut it down yourself. And when they have to ship one sheet of this, it's a pain in the ass because it's a lot of wrapping, and just to make sure that it doesn't get bent or broken, because it can snap if it's, it goes up against it. But what's cool about it is so nice and heavy. It's acid free. It's a really high quality paper from France. You can scrub it like I did here. You can use different paints on it. This is watercolor and gouache and acrylic. I used stamps that I made myself, and what else I can kind of tell you. I was really rough with this paper. I did it in this painting in layers, and each layer, every color I used, required some scrubbing in various directions. It's actually, it's cooler in person, but all of that work on it, some areas are flat and some are shiny, but there's no glaze on this at all. It's just pure watercolor and gouache. That's gouache. Is it? Now I don't remember. It's most likely gouache, but it could be acrylic. Anyway, I was really happy with this one. Yeah, it is spending. It's more than I can spend. For sure. But for now, and right now, I really don't need to work with that quality. I've got some blocks, so when I'm ready to sit down with the watercolors again, I'm ready to go. I've got the watercolors. I do need to replace some of them, but at the moment I can't tell you which ones. So, eventually I will put them into a wish list just so I can keep track. But I won't know until I take them all out again. Last time I was painting, I was using more gouache than watercolors. So, but yeah, I can see from here. I've got 2 blocks. I've got a big pad. My color charts, those are on Canon watercolor paper, and it's a nice weight. It can't take a lot of soaking. That's again, the more you pay for the paper, in the paper world, it usually, almost always, indicates a higher quality. So it can take more water, it can take more of a beating, it can take more scrubbing, you can tell. And if you're going to mess with expensive watercolors, you may as well use good paper, because if you have a happy accident on crap paper, you're going to hate yourself. You'll have wasted everything. So the nice thing about practice is that after a while you have fewer mistakes that you can't redeem. You end up making more decent art than not. Maybe no prize winners sometimes, but things you can be happy with overall. Yeah, it's art is expensive. I understand. There's a lot of motivation to just do digital work. There's lots of good reasons. It saves resources. You consider for paints to have really good paints using real pigments. Pigments have to be mined and then go through a purification process in terms of like removing, like lapis lazuli is a gorgeous blue, and it's responsible for the gorgeous ultramarines that we have. But you can't always get really good lapis, and you have to add dyes to it to bring it up to a standard of this is color from us is always this shade. Nevertheless, you're using resources, and when you're working with light, then you're getting something that's instantly transferable to any other digital medium. Even printers that can print it out and put it on canvas. So you can do some amazing things using digital work and then printing rather than direct brush to canvas. But I do like the whole tactile thing. I like just having the paints there and then seeing what I'm inspired by, and then just like, grab the bulls by the horn, use both hands, whatever I'm moved to do at the time. And I don't have that same spontaneity when I have to pick my colors from a digital palette or start with a photograph to get the colors I'm going to need. There's different ways of working with it, and you can get really good at it, and it's definitely an art in itself, just different material. So I wish I could just be totally that, but I did grow up with this kind of thing. I like the tactile thing. I like playing with papers and brushes and all that. So I'm trying to think of how I can make more things in the digital realm. And it would be nice if I could print on rice paper and then just throw it through a printer and then cut it out to save time. But I don't know. I don't foresee that happening in the near future. As far as I know, you cannot print on this paper. Not unless you're using real, printing blocks. It's just way too absorbent. And also I'm looking at some dark colors as well as these pastels, and nothing really wants to show up on it except white, and you don't want the white showing up on your final product. But I think that's adorable. I think we've got the right size here. I might have to change the knot a little bit, but we'll see. When you cut things out and you make them one at a time, each one is an original and slightly different from the others. So we'll have to see. I want to send at least 2, one in each shade of blue that I have, because the well-dressed toe should have a selection, right? There's Gary. Well, the crafts you can save money on because it's craft, but if you're doing a professional level art, you need professional level mediums, and I don't skimp on my watercolors. I have been trying gouache, which I didn't use that much in the old days, but I always loved watercolors, and it's not worth buying cheap watercolors. It just isn't. The tinting strength is crap with the cheap ones, and you end up getting frustrated. I like Winsor & Newton or Rembrandt, something that's high end or medium high end, so that A little goes a long way, but when you want to use it close to full strength, you have that robust color. And the cool thing about watercolors is you're using the whiteness of the paper to help illuminate your work, so you get the purest possible color uh, with the least amount of medium. So watercolor is about as pure as you can get. If you want to mix it with chalk, that would be pastels, and that would be the next purest. Or it might go the other way around now, I can't remember. Well, I guess the most unadulterated thing would be just pastels, because that's as close as possible, just compressed pigment. And then as you work out the different shades, you just add more chalk, or I guess it depends on what they're using. Titanium dioxide. Mostly chalk, I think. And then, yeah, some of the pale colors, of course, are more chalk than pigment. But when you get like that level 10, as pure as possible, you also pay appropriately, because, like I said, these pigments are mined, and some of them are extremely valuable because they're more rare, or they're more dangerous to work with. And you may find yourself spending like $35 for a single pastel. We didn't sell very many of the super high end because you could find a reasonable substitute and pay $2.50 instead of something like rose madder oil paint. Oh my God, back then, rose madder, I'm sure if you can even get the real stuff anymore. It's a kind of a pink. It's a old-fashioned Victorian-looking kind of a rosy pink. It's really pretty, but it's not so unique. It's the only thing that'll do, not in acrylic anyway. In oil paints, I guess you're kind of hard-pressed to come up with too much that's identical, but you can find some now that are close enough and way, way cheaper. Rose madder oil paints were just astronomical. So, yeah, nowadays we do have options that are more affordable. But crafts, I get away as cheap as I can. There are now, with Toeblarina, there are some exceptions. Like, you can't imitate rice paper as beautifully as just getting a piece of rice paper. You get a lot, for not that much money when you consider what you get out of it for doing things for something this big. I mean, just tiny thing. So that's what I like about this particular craft. A little bit goes a long way, and that's what I need. Right, exactly. When you're selling something for like that, for a wedding, then people are going to be paying for that. They don't mind paying for that. They look for bargains, but they still don't mind paying for something that's beautiful and unique, and even something that they can ask to have customized. So, yeah, you want to use better stuff. It stands out, especially at bazaars and flea markets and craft fairs and all that. You can tell the wheat from the chaff. Just you walk around before you buy anything, and you see all the differences. You go, oh, it does make a difference. Just this little bit of thing, hand sewn items. Some people take shortcuts and some don't. Now, one of the things I make no bones about is when you can buy the super inexpensive wooden things to paint, like little wooden boxes. I love, because I love decorating them inside and out. I don't mind that they're made of cheap wood. You just have to look through everything carefully to make sure you have one where the latches and the hinges all work properly and aren't about to just fall apart. And no matter what you choose, it's going to be a deal as long as it like I said, you look for the breaky parts and then choose. So $1 for this, a couple dollars for that, and you can turn it into a cool little gift. I definitely like cheap there. And also, like I said, I don't use acrylic of this quality, even though this is not like the most expensive or best quality. It's a good, reasonable, beginners especially. It's a basic acrylic. But when I'm doing the house rocks, I do the 50-cent bottles because I can buy a ton of them. I can get lots of different colors for just a little bit of money, and they do go bad, so you can throw it away and not feel bad if you didn't use it all up. A lot of them you're never going to use up. Like when working on the miniature houses, look how tiny they are. I can do like, 50 houses of doing landscape stuff and never get near the bottom of one of those bottles. It'll be stale and rotten before I'll ever get to that. So yeah, every time I sit down to do a session, and I know I'm going to be doing like 18, 20 houses, I check all of the bottles because some of them have sat so long. It's time to just, oh, this is never getting mixed up again. Out it goes. So, but at that price, it doesn't feel bad loss. I get my money's worth out of them for sure. But something that you're paying $5 to $7 for a tube, that's another story. That you want to make sure you really do use it, and only buy the colors you really are going to use. I don't need a million of these. It's been awesome having a set to sample them all, but the more I turn to that box of paint, it's more I'm going, yep, I am never really going to need those. That little thing is going to be all I'm going to need for the next year, most likely. It's just not a color that I find fits into the general work that I do. And if I need it, I can mix it. So the basics for me for big tubes are the ones that you can't mix to get the primaries. Black, white, certain browns, certain greens. You need your bright yellow greens. You need your forest greens or your bluey greens. Double tertiary palette is nice. But again, I would not want to start collect. I've got the big prism violet because I had no option there. It was either get a full tube or buy another set of these to get another small one. It's like, I love that violet so definitely. But until I get more shelves, I just don't have a place to put more supplies of this nature. These are convenient because they're in a box, but as soon as you start buying the large tubes, you have to start considering, like, what am I going to put them in? So when I have some shelves and I can line them with some baskets that are practical, then I'll start replacing these little things with normal sized versions. It took a lot of strength to throw away old brushes because I use so many of the messed up brushes for doing textural stuff on the miniatures. My scumble brushes. I really had to push myself last year to go, look, this one's about to become that. This one's about to become that. Throw away the ones you've been using for 10 years. You're not even going to miss them, and you need the room in all of these little things. I've got brushes and pens and stuff stuck in. Oh God, I saw a craft here on YouTube using toilet paper rolls to make something to hold pens. And I looked at that, and it's like doing this whole crochet project to make it like this cute little basket thing you can sit on your desk. But it's it's the diameter because it's made around a toilet paper roll. It's like, bravo, you came up with another thing you can do with a toilet paper roll, but unless I'm 2 years old, I am going to need more of the room for my writing instruments, and any child is going to want at least something big enough to hold their crayons. So it's kind of like, well, that's useless. One of my favorite uses, though, for inner rolls, tubes, is decorating gifts, like building scenes on top of a gift. I once made a castle out of that, and I had little glass beads with the flat backs for paths, and cotton batting for clouds. So I really went to town decorating the whole scene. It was adorable. And I got to use several rolls. A couple toilet paper for, towers and all that. So, and you just put them all together. It's not like you have to make the wall around them or anything. I don't think I made the wall, just the castle and the clouds. Castles in the air, So it's nice to reuse, stuff and give it an extra life before it goes to the landfill or incinerator. All right, I think I will wait until tomorrow to do more of this tracing. I think I'm going to pull out the light table, and I'm going to find something else to draw with. The pencil just melts right into this. It's useless. And even the white pencil, it's hard to see on something this dark. I thought that would be a little easier when I got these glasses, but not really. So what I'm going to do, it is now 5:32. I think it's time that I make myself some dinner like a good girl. Make sure I get that veg and fiber. I will be back at some point tomorrow if I can. Otherwise, I'll see you some point Wednesday. And Thursday, I should be available all afternoon. So you all have a great evening, and you know where to find me if you need me. Sayonara.